about now? I think the microphone setting. And also there's probably like a delay, so let's take a second. Yeah, correct. Okay. So like white noise or something. So it's right on the right. Yeah. I'm using headphones for the microphone, and I think they're actually a stereo microphone. So since I'm looking to the right or monitor, like you can only hear left side somehow. Maybe I have them backwards. Okay, white. Okay. I wonder if I could actually. No, that's going to be annoying if I just mute the left channel. Then annoying to hear only from one side. Probably better than white noise, but still quite annoying. Yeah, I should have thought about headphones or microphones. So yeah, that's not a good experience. It's white noise. Question. I don't know if that does anything. Also, I'm not sure how much. Okay, I see. I do wonder how much delay there is between like the chat that I'm seeing. Oh, did it get better? Okay, I added noise suppression, so that's nice. So if I say now, when can you like hear that? Let's see. There's only one channel. Now 5 seconds. Okay, so that's like 20-second delay or something like that. That seems quite a lot, actually. I think the issue with just one channel is that the headphones, they have the jack that has, you know, like 3 parts, but I'm using a stationary PC which has a dedicated microphone jack. So I guess it just has one there, or maybe the order on the headphone jack is wrong or something like that. I don't know. Is it okay if it's just from one side? I guess it's really annoying if you're in headphones, then it's quite distracting. But I think for now that's the best we can do. I have quite a few headphones here, but they're all the same, so it's not gonna really make a difference. Yeah, for next time I probably should get some, like a lapel microphone or something like that. If there's gonna be a next time, maybe it won't be or something. Let's see. Anywho, as maybe you noticed, I added this input history thingy, so when I press keys, you can actually see them in the corner, which is quite nice, I think, for KiCAD, because if I do something quick and then people ask, like, what did you press? Especially with this 20-second delay, it would be like, I have no idea what you're asking about. So this should help, I hope. It took some config to actually add keys like insert and home, because that's, I guess this is made for gamers and they don't use this usually. Yeah. Anywho, what I'm gonna try to do today on this test screen, in addition to annoy you with just one-sided audio, is look at this new chip from STM that seems quite interesting because, yeah, I mean, it has dual ARM A7 and the Cortex in there, and the slightly high-end model also has a 3D GPU and the DSI interface, which is very promising, because if you've been paying attention to my BlackBerry Linux project thing, it uses an SPI interface, which is, I mean, it's SPI, so it is what it is. Kind of limited with the speed, and also it's hard to get nice displays, like higher resolution displays with SPI. Usually they are DSI, so I'm hoping if this chip works nicely, I could actually use it for the Linux, portable Linux thing with some nice higher resolution display. And the 3D acceleration might be nice because, I mean, the performance for the home screen that I mocked in QML, it wasn't that bad, but I mean, it can always be better. So with 3D acceleration, it would be interesting, I think. And I think the nice thing is as well that if I make a board for one chip, they are pin compatible. So I make one, I make for them all. So I'm not sure if they announced the prices quite yet for them, so it's hard to say how much it's gonna cost. Yeah, but it's only the highest model that has the 3D. So I guess that's the thing. So I have the datasheet downloaded here on a second monitor. You can see, yeah, the footprint for this chip is interesting. It's a few balls on that footprint. I previously designed only one VGA board, and it was quite a few, not as many balls. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but I mean, you do and learn and try again if you fail, and how else will you learn, right? So that's what I'm going to try. I've been told it's going to be hard to break out all the balls on a 4-layer board because you just can't break out those balls that are internal. But from what I've seen, actually the internal balls are mostly power, which, I mean, that's usually how they do it. And I'm fairly sure I don't have to break out all of them. Wow, that's rendering slow. So hopefully it's doable, but yeah, I have not really analyzed it from that regard. For now, I'm just gonna start with the schematic anyway and then see. Maybe I should spin out. So now I'll just make the schematic and start from there and see what happens. So, I don't know if it's hello Vifino, hello Dimitri. Yeah, for now, I don't know if you can see this because even I'm having a hard time seeing this. Maybe if I zoom in. Oh, that's interesting. They have a different number. Well, that's gonna be fun for the actual footprint. It's not so standard. Wait, 1A, what? A11, okay, that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, as you can see, this is all powered, like there's so much ground here, so that's gonna be easy. The DDR, that's interesting because the SAM A5D whatever, that one had built-in RAM, so I didn't have to care about routing DDR and termination and all that stuff. Yeah. Yes, Vifino, it's only on the left side. I'm gonna try to fix that for next time. For now, I'm just using my headphones for the microphone. It doesn't seem to be working so nice. But yeah, I should have probably thought about that earlier. But this I kind of decided today. Let's try to do a stream and yeah, you know, just yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, it's gonna be interesting routing a DDR. I have no idea if it's gonna even work, but you don't know if you don't try, so it's something to do. Yeah, all these GPIOs here, obviously you don't have to use all of them. And actually, now that I look at it, because I didn't look at it so closely before, I just glanced over it, is that, or am I looking at the wrong? Yeah, okay, never mind. That's not the one I'm gonna do, of course. Yeah, that would be the EE one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, because I was gonna say with the 200 that like the middle ones here are actually even higher pitch, so it's even easier, and you have this strip here, so you can have vias. But yeah, I should have I should have realized that looked too easy. Yeah, that's the one. That's a bit more challenging. But at least the numbering is more regular, so hooray, I guess. Wow, there's a lot of happening in the chat. Let me see. Yeah. Yes, the 157C. I just don't care that much about the added security. Like, if it's gonna cost more just to have the security, I don't care enough to have it. And since, like I said, they are all pin compatible, I can do it in the future. If I were to sell the boards or something, you can always have two things to sell, two models, two variants, that's the word. So, can't wait to see this boot. Yeah, Thomas, yeah, that's gonna take some time. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. Oh, enable mono down mix. Yes, let me try that. That sounds interesting. That sounds useful. Yes, down mix to mono. That's very interesting. So I have now enabled that. I guess it will take like 20 seconds for you to see or to hear. So let's see. Yeah, so this footprint is quite interesting. You have six levels. It works, nice, very nice. You have 6 rows or columns, or however you call them, and it's gonna be interesting. So you can just hope that you don't have to use all of them. And so far I only did one 4-layer board, and it almost broke me mentally somehow, because there's so many things to think about. There's like 4 layers that double the layers, but I think it's like exponential, so somehow it's layers, you know, squared instead of double. I don't know, but yeah, it was fun for sure, but it also was very challenging. So I think I want to stay on 4 layers for now, and 6 layers maybe in the future, maybe later. And also it's more expensive, obviously. So let's stay with 4 layers. But yeah, as I said, with the long footprint, also here the power is in the middle, and it's interesting. I was gonna point with my hand at something, but here they go diagonally, so it's gonna be quite interesting, like copper core here that they kind of cut off themselves. Quite interesting. It's gonna be fun anyway. Yeah, and then I'm thinking, with a breakout, you kind of want to break out as much as possible, because either you miss something and then you can't fix it under the chip. It's too late for that. So yes, exactly, Dimitri. That's what I'm talking about now, about the breakout. I want to make it like as generic as possible, because, like I say, if I screw up, then making it as generic as possible allows me to fix it without re-spinning the board. But also the problem with that is, if you want to make it generic, you kind of have to use, or like break out all the pins, all the balls. Yeah, and that's probably not going to happen with so many balls. So yeah, let's see. I know for sure I want the DSI. I know from STI, so I proceed. I'm not sure actually on STM, does it have like universal, or does this core use like a universal serial bus where you can select if it's STI, accuracy, or UI? That's probably something that's good to know. Like on the SAM, you have the FlexCom, which you can configure as either STI, accuracy, or UI. And that's actually quite nice. Yeah, that makes it quite nice for customizing the board, or like the board after it's already done. Maybe actually this is good. Yeah, I don't think I need 176 I/O ports, but I need a few. Like 7 people, impressive, I think. I'm streaming with me reading, that's not very captivating for sure. Only if you watch it in full screen, then you can really follow with me. I'm not sure if that's so useful, but at least here in the list, the accuracy, UART, and STI are separate, but that doesn't really mean that they are not like interchangeable. And these accuracy and STI seem to be fixed both, so maybe. There's a HDMI CEC, which got me excited because I didn't notice the CEC, but that's, I mean, that's basically accuracy, so hooray for that. SDMMC, which is nice. The SDIO, I'm still having a bit of problems with the 8 devices Wi-Fi module that runs over SDIO. I managed to get it to scan and kind of connect, but it's not very stable, and I'm not sure actually if it's because I'm running it, if I'm running it over jumper wires, which is obviously not so good for higher speeds, or there's something like with the code, because I'm not running it with the mainline kernel drivers, but 8 devices has a driver, their own Qualcomm driver, which is like, seems like it's hacked kind of Android to just work on Linux, and you can kind of see that. So it's a bit not so great, but fun is fun. Yeah, fun is fun. I never actually played this time, but it is quite interesting. So yeah, so I will definitely bring out an SDIO connector, and I think this time I'm gonna actually have it as just an SD card connector, because I did as headers, and that brought me in the situation that I'm now, that I have to do header to jumper wire and then back to actually an SD card connector, because the 8 devices breakout board, I guess, the dev board for the module, it actually has a form factor of an SD card. So that would have been easier to just put it in the slot on the board. But today, yeah. So now I learned for future, it's enough to just have a hard connector. Where So there's two GPIOs, two USB 2.0. That's a bit too bad. Could have been 3.0, 2.1. It would have been fun. Although, yeah, that puts a lot more. Obviously, they're higher speed, so it's harder to route them, and you have to pay more attention to the timing. Link matching, all that fun stuff. But 2 hosts and 1 OTG, that's quite interesting. Or is it? Okay, so it's 1 and 1. It's 2 plus 1, or 1 and 1 and 1 and 2. Okay, I think some more reading. See, like here, Ethernet. I'm not gonna put Ethernet, so that's already quite a few pins that I'm just probably not gonna use at all, because since this is gonna be for the portable thing, I don't want Ethernet on it. I don't need Ethernet on that. And if you really want it, you can do it over USB. I guess it's an option. Cover interface could be fun, but probably will skip that as well. ADT. Here's the big thing, the Vivante. The CPU is gonna be quite interesting, and from what I heard, because I never worked with it, but from what I've seen, what I heard is that it has proper mainline support, so there's no blobs, I think. Someone back me up on that. Yeah, LCD controller, that would be an option, but again, from what I've seen from displays, it's actually, yes indeed. So, anyway, I'm reacting to the comments again. Yeah, the LCD controller, from what I've seen, it's easier to get SPI or DSI controlled LCDs rather than actual RGB. And obviously another thing is that you need so many pins, so many places for RGB. I mean, at least like 16 or 24 for the RGB, and then more for the LCD thing, all that kind of stuff. So I will stick to SPI and the DSI, which is two data lanes. That's quite interesting. Could be fast. I know Greg had been working on DSI on a FPGA, or like a SPI2 DSI interface with an FPGA, and for me FPGAs are close to magic, so I'm gonna stick to like hardware DSI stuff. Maybe later I could just use SPI to DSI kind of thing. But speaking of FPGAs, I have been thinking about putting a FPGA also somewhere on the board. It sounds like I'm just putting FPGA for the sake of it, which is only half true. Because I think it's quite interesting that it's so easy to just drop a core on an FPGA and how do I say that you can connect just GPIOs into the FPGA, and then I can have like additional SPI or I2C or UART on from the FPGA, so I can have more peripherals. Or maybe with this one actually I don't need it, because there are quite a few. I think that some don't have this many, and that is a bit problematic actually, because on the portable board I want two full key mods that each of them would be nice to be able to configure them like UART, SPI, I2C, whatever you want them to be, because we just can connect whatever you want to them. And if I use the available SPIs and I2Cs to use things that are on the board, like obviously I can't remember that I put, but right, for the display, it is an STM, and for those attached, it could be I2C. So I'm gonna use up all the available peripherals for the things that are on the board, and that kind of defeats the purpose of having the keynote. But yeah, it looks quite a few. Total current consumption down to 6 micro. That I will see it. I will believe it when I see it. That's not really everything just probably up. Oh, maybe you can. Yeah, we'll see. What is it? Another interesting thing would be if this has external memory interface, actually having the KiCAD memory map. That's okay, if you know. Thanks for stopping by. See you. Right, the CGA, if it was memory map, I think that would be quite interesting. Again, not sure what exactly it would be used for, but there are smarter people than me that I think can have fun with it, so why not have the option? Notification. Thomas, nice tweet, thank you. Right. As you see, I wonder, because I've seen this before, that when they write RTC, they don't mean real-time calendar. It's like or not even a real-time clock. They just mean a real-time counter, and that's totally useless. But it kind of like defeats the purpose that you would like it to be that you set time, and then it keeps the time, so you can just query what's the time or the date now. But no, it's just a counter. So what's the number now, and then you have to do math. Oh no, math. And then maybe it's not so bad when you're actually running Linux, and it does most of that for you. So not so bad. Okay, that concludes that part. So there's a lot more here I could go to, but I don't think this is super exciting, me just reading a datasheet live. So I think I'm gonna go for KiCAD and making a footprint, but I'm also not sure if that's gonna be super exciting, just looking as I do a footprint, but hopefully with the keys being shown, it can, maybe someone can discover a new key shortcut that helps them. So at least one person learned something today, then this has been a success. Maybe I learned something. Let's see. Okay. So, usually I like to print out these pages. Somehow it's easier to, I feel like it's easier to go to them one by one when you print them, have them physically, like you can use like a ruler or something. But it's also really wasteful because you don't really spend so much time on like one page, 5 minutes, and then you're never gonna use it again. So it's just wasteful with regards to like paper and such. So let's not do that. And then something I'm also wondering is I should if I should do half and half KiCAD and PDF reader, or should I just put the data sheet? What? KiCAD just crashed. That's pretty early. You did wait a few minutes before crashing. Okay. Maybe I pressed something. Not sure. Yeah, because if I put it on the other screen, then you can't see it, and I'm not sure if it's really interesting to see it, but I will try to just put it up and half. Here the neighbors grilling, which is nice of them at 7 p.m. on a Saturday. I hope you can hear that. Let's see, 32, 21. There we go. So yeah, at least the footprint I'm gonna use has standard, like it's a standard BGA, not whatever is happening here. Maybe it's more standard if you use BGAs more often, but that's quite new to me. I'm not sure if KiCAD supports it like out of the box. There's probably not a footprint, like I would have to create a footprint, which is quite annoying. With this regular footprint, you can just use the wizard, just tell it like whatever it was, 18 by 18, this must fit, and done and done. Yeah. So I don't know if you noticed, I just updated KiCAD before this. I'm running a nightly 5.1. So let's see if there's any new feature. And then let me know how you do it, but how I usually manage my symbols and systems is that I create folders that are named the same like in the KiCAD directory, which I believe is nice. With modules. With module maybe? Doesn't matter because I'm doing the library anyway. And then for naming of the actual libraries is to name them. I name them the same as they are in KiCAD, and then I just append like underscore extra. But that's just my way to do it. I know some people have just make one library and put everything for that specific project there. I kind of put it, I still keep the organization from KiCAD because I feel like that's better, but yeah, maybe I'm just doing the choice for a reason. What I'm checking now is how the chips are, or how the library is named for XP, and it's not XP, like XP. So CPU, XP, I did import. Yeah, that's right. So, CPU, okay. And then I verified that it actually put it like because okay, it's relative. Sometimes it actually puts the full path, and then you push it to Git, and no one can open it. Okay, so I'm done with that. Now I have to add this. I should have appended that to the family of the thing. I'll rename it later. That's just my to pay attention to detail. Important detail. So this one, leave it at that because, like I mentioned, the whole family is pin compatible, so that will do it. Then I still haven't found a great way to deal with units. Like when I create the footprint in the first place, actually, so, I create one unit and I add all the pins there, and then I create more units so they all have the same pins, and I then remove them from each unit, just leaving the ones that are relevant to that unit, because kind of when I'm starting now, I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna divide it into units. I mean, I know I will probably have the GPIOs in its own, like for each GPIO bank, I will have a unit, and then for power, obviously, but then I will probably have some for like the peripherals like USB and for oscillators and so on. So I don't know. That's the way I do it. There's probably a better way. Let me know. Yeah, it's quite tedious, but it's also very like zen. It's an experience and it's mindfulness. So another thing is that if I only add things for now, at least that's the name of the pin, I later have to revisit and actually see which things I'm interested in, like which peripherals on each pin. And I know STM mentioned that Cube, their configuration tool, has support for this chip, so I think that might be nice as well to see, because it actually does a lot of work for you, that if you enable some peripherals, it will disable them if they share the same inside interrupt or whatever have you. Then yeah, it takes away some of the thinking, which is good. And yeah, you can also see it graphically then, like where exactly the peripherals are connected. So it's easier to plan how your board should look. So I've been definitely using STM, so yeah, Cube for designing boards with the STM32 NPUs. So I think support for the CPU is also good. Okay, so that's one, and then I can press enter. Not really consecutive. No, let's it could be. I don't get confused by the one next to it. The ground. Power input output. So what I also noticed some people do, and I do it differently just because it feels more convenient, I don't know if it's a good way, is that people put all the ground pins on the symbol, like one under another, actually, so they have to connect each and one of them. But I know some symbols do this, that they have the first one, and then the second one will be set as passive and invisible and just on top. So, I mean, you connect it just once, and you're done. They are connected. And obviously for like analog ground and grounds that are for like antennas or something, you don't want that, because they might be connected to something else. But you know, you just kind of use your head and whatever feels right. What I noticed here that the length of the pin is not going to be probably many of you know this, but you can push the pin size to the others. So even if I had all the pins already, I could just change one and then push all the others, and that would just propagate all the others. So that's it, like you don't have to do it one by one. And KiCAD is very uneven in regards to this, that it has so many nice functions, but kind of randomly, that sometimes you feel like there should be a function that feels natural, but it's missing. And I guess at that point you should go and file a feature request or add it yourself. But yeah, too much time, right? Open source. At least you can always donate. I'm not sure if they are still running the donation thing like they had for KiCAD 6. If they do, I recommend donating. Oh, wait, I skipped a page already. Yeah, that's good. And no one mentioned it. Okay, that doesn't matter at this point. So, thank you. This is just, I'm sure this is so amazing for you to work. I'm just thinking, what could I talk about here that would be interesting? I guess these are the boring parts in the beginning. The more interesting part will be later when I actually do the board. But I mean, you can't escape this. No one has added this to KiCAD yet because it's brand new. And from what I heard, it takes quite a long time for anything to get into the KiCAD symbol libraries. They are not the fastest. I haven't tried. Contributing anything, and that's kind of because, again, the way I do it, my symbols is slightly different than their recommended ways, and that's in regards to power. That KiCAD symbol, I don't remember what it's called, but they have a document that says exactly how you should design footprints. It says that you should have a ground actually on the bottom, like pointing down on the bottom side, and then power pointing up. And that's, like, I tried it, but it doesn't make a good schematic later, because if you have decoupling, which is a separate thing that many people put the decoupling capacitors by themselves somewhere away kind of from the chip. I like to put them on the chip, on the pin that is actually related to, and that makes a very ugly symbol schematic later, and the work in the viewer counter. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, W. Never mind. I'm just gonna go here. I would be probably doing this regardless if I'm streaming or not, so if anyone actually finds this interesting, that's only that is for me. I want to keep this photo, please pay attention. Like, double check for me, you know, it's quite easy to take here. You're going to screw up here, especially if you connect, you miss some DVD or some ground. I mean, you can escape it. You can still get lucky if you miss a ground, but if you miss a DVD or something, then that's it. Game over. You need a reskin. So triple check your footprints and symbols. Application. What is happening in this? Nothing. Anyone has has any questions or comments? I mean, I'm definitely no expert, but maybe that's something I could help with. The insert function, in fact, that it's really nice that it just keeps going with increasing the numbers, but these kind of like shifts, it's not so useful because they are never really consecutive in that way, or even if they are, they sometimes tend to go down and or like decrease instead of increasing, and that just gives you nothing. I think that's one thing that would be nice actually, which I don't think maybe it was already added, but what would be useful, I believe, is that when you press insert and it increases everything, but if you press like shift insert, if it would insert the pin but go like subtract actually, so go from 8 to 7, that would be useful. But then yeah, the problem is, do you also decrease the pin number, or maybe I just explained to myself why it's not the best idea. But it would be useful in some cases, I guess. I guess the number should still increase. It would be just the actual pin name that decreases, because I don't know, that feels like that would be the useful way to do it. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm sure there's a figure 9 as well. Here. I think it's still quite useful to use the insert function, because then you don't have to go back to your mouse. You can keep going with the keyboard. Like without any music, and then it has to be royalty to algorithm. I can stop your live stream if you have copyrighted music. So I'm not sure what I can do there. Also, yeah, the next thing is, like in the poll on Twitter, I asked if people want music, and most didn't, because I guess you can play your own music, or you just probably mute me and just watch me do this, or take on me and take it down. To check the best country I can do. But at this point, so that's one thing. It took more than 5 minutes, I can mention, but that's because I'm slow, because I'm talking. I don't know, it feels like I should be saying something, because otherwise You probably can't see my clips with just absolute silence and just reading and adding stuff. What is it? Like 15 down, 420 to go. Okay, so that's another ground. What to do with that? There is a thing that I saw also in someone's schematic that next to the ground symbol there's actually a number of how many hidden grounds are on that screen, and I'm not sure that if you added that manually or is that setting, because mine does not say that. I guess that might be in the schematic. Anyone know? Got it. Take the later. The details go to red. Let's go over the details. Later, when I'm done, I can show ways how to verify that you actually didn't miss anything. And there's ways to check that you have all the things. If the chip actually has like all the balls brought out and not missing, which I think this would actually have some missing, so that might not work as well, but it's still easier than trying to do it manually. Alright, 55 minutes already. Having fun. I think it would be quite interesting if I keep up with the screen thing, is actually have this as a whole, like the whole process of creating this board with multiple videos. You know, if I'm actually KiCAD-ing the schematic and then later the PCB, and when I get the PCB, maybe I could actually, I don't know, if I can record from, or I can stream from our space and then it's not the greatest, but I can always kind of record and then upload that, like the soldering process, the ritual, and all that fun stuff. So I think some people might find that interesting. I know, again, with David, okay, his stuff is good. Problem is our hyperspace. We have a really good microscope actually, but it doesn't have a camera. Like it has a camera ID, but we don't have the actual camera for it. So that's something that would be nice to buy. I wonder if I kicked all the ground and did them later. all the power stuff. But then I have to change these values all the time, and they're like sprinkled in between. And then I feel like I might miss some. HQ, let's see how many things there are. Nine, I counted. Only are two down. Yeah, no questions from the chat. I just 3 people watching. Maybe you have muted it. I wonder if, because I've seen bulk rate in multiple data sheets, I wonder if they actually have the pins that go through the crystal oscillators actually marked as special here, or it's marked as GPIO and then you have special here, so that if it's the way that it's marked here, then I might miss it and then I have to go back and mark it because I really use it. Maybe you have to like the required thing. Although no, because there was internal actually. So they are probably GPIOs. So if you see them, let me know. Ground 81 or A. You know, the next 3 are actually, even if you count the GDD, 4 are same GPIO, but they are like the balls are not next to each other. So you have to go back to the GDD. Count it. How is the sound? Is it still like, I know it's probably still only left channel, so sorry for that, but is it still like a lot of white noise? Because I think I could actually increase the noise cancellation threshold, so maybe that would help. Down 28 or something to go. You know, sure how long I will actually have this screen, but I have to create, like, I'm gonna create this symbol anyway, so we might as well. So many people, but I can definitely understand why. Have I mentioned that it's where was it? Like there was a bit more chat I could actually interact with people. And that's just, I mean, that's just me kind of blaming the chat for me being boring. But it's not the chat, it's just. Speaking of the noise, I can definitely see it in the in OBS. The something. As we call them, spectrum thing color thing. Even though I'm not saying anything, it keeps something kind of like after doing. Is that saying better? I don't know. Anyone could say that you can actually hear me still. You can never say someone is doing something. Maybe that is too right. Too much production. It's for most. Decreased it a bit, but it's still more than before. So let's see. But yeah, you can never say too often with KiCAD. When I first started using KiCAD, like two years ago, it was crashing. Oh my god, so mad. Like within an hour, in an hour, like at least twice. So saving, every second, every move. But it's improved a lot since then. Like I feel like because I've been back then I used the stable release, which was 4.0 something, and then I switched to nightly. So now I'm at nightly 5.1, and yeah, they have been quite stable. I haven't had it crash in quite some time, except the thing that happened before. I'm not sure that was a crash or I pressed something. I didn't. Actually, the rendering of this was very strange on my monitor, but I can see that. Oh no, okay. I see the live stream is a bit too tiny. Yeah, so I can see this is now kind of not so nice. But it doesn't matter for this. Maybe it fixes itself if I have another pin. Well. Anyway, David, thanks for supporting, thanks for listening and watching this. I think you've been trying to learn some KiCAD, so I hope this will be a bit educational for you. It's a very, the ground picture might be interesting to, for now at least, keep it as a separate, and then later we can decide if it should be connected to all that ground. Like, for example, for USB, it's a good idea to have a separate ground connected to the shield of the USB, because I don't know why exactly, but I've seen it done, and I think it helps, like for USB also. Maybe. A lot of my knowledge is I'm not like educated into. I've seen it somewhere. It seems like a smart idea, so I will just copy it. But I think that's actually the story for many people, many makers. Kind of just learn by copying, trying to understand why. Currency, not that it really matters. Would look like. Also notice that, well, you might notice that I'm using Windows. Yes, this is Windows. Because I write KiCAD over Linux. I'm using never mind. But I noticed that some UI differences that I'm used to on Windows are not there, or they're different on Linux, and I feel like I just like it the way it is on Windows. Like, for example, with this selection box here, that I can just type the first letter and it will go to that selection. When I tried that with GK/Cinnamon, it didn't work. It didn't come that click, or I had to manually go up and down, and even though it's not so many, it gets annoying. So I tend to stick to Windows and creating, and I can always read it, or for small modifications, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, that's actually nice. I'm just leaving them away. I'm clean that up later. But yeah, there are tools actually to do this, and yeah, I've tried them. I think it's quite alright, but there's still a lot of work. I think that they need, like, for example, as you can see, I like my things to actually have the proper type. Like later there's that input, I will suggest input and so on, because it helps with the ERC later, because you want that ERC error, and if you connect by mistake, like an output, like an input into an output, it will tell you. So everything. You want the computer to help you as much as possible. So, you help the computer help you. That'll be good. Right, I haven't checked like does it support. I guess that will be the PMIC, which I checked the discovery board for this. There is a PMIC that's kind of designed exactly for this. I even see that the symbol for it in the schematic. It's quite nice. I think I'm gonna borrow that symbol in KiCAD because like, it shows kind of the internal how the inputs map to the outputs of the PMIC. And that's actually quite useful. It's really annoying having to change the size all the time. That's another page. What are we, like 2 pages down? Does anyone know when this microprocessor will be available? We didn't actually mention this. I think they're sampling 1 now. Yeah, exactly, the 157A. I think it's available like on Arrow only. And that's the one I want to use, so that's nice for me. That's not like this. I think it might be actually in the press release, like the announcement on the blog. Why would they link it different? No, I don't want the video. Yeah, the rendering is like a bit slow because I think because I'm streaming. So normally my PC is not this slow. Okay, the price is here, and $9. And this is for 10,000 units, I assume. That is still not that bad compared to like the SAM that I checked. Even though that one had the built-in RAM, which is very nice. See, so Arrow actually has them in stock right now. I've never used Arrow. I always use Master or DigiKey. Although DigiKey, if you ship with DHL, then you have to like pay things it's annoying. The Master is quite nice. This screen is not portrait. I would like to point that out. Okay, so maybe they should do something like this. Maybe it's only in the US Arrow or something. Like you say. But I think soon enough. And if you consider how long it will take to make a board and get it done and so on, I think they will be available when I'm actually ready to use them. I mean, most of these companies, most of these stores that ship next day delivery or 2-day delivery from the US, so you can have them pretty fast even if you have it available now. And what I see here is, like I mentioned before, the oscillator pins are actually marked, so that's really nice. These products are actually pretty nice. But yeah, you can see here, it can also be a DPI, even though I will use it after the yeah, the postulator should add my input or I don't really remember. I just take it every time I do it. I guess, I mean, I guess it's in the name, in the I also know it. Yeah, that's another thing that I haven't really decided on, like how close should you follow the naming in the datasheet. Like right now, as you can see here, N reset, so it obviously is an active low, but should be a reset, should be reset. I guess it doesn't matter, as long as it's consistent throughout the whole thing. And hopefully deciding on yeah, I know that I don't believe. Interesting that the core has tested. That's a bit okay. So it's similar. It's definitely a way with the boot thing that you actually decide that in the hardware where it should boot from. Like with the SAM, is the bootloader, the ROM bootloader, actually has a whole algorithm where it tries in order to boot from like SD card 0, SD card 1, what is PR, and all that. But I think here I would assume that you just decide here this should boot from whatever, QSPR, and then you come to change it. So that's different. I mean, maybe it is a bit worse because once you commit on a board, that's it. Obviously on a dev board you can have it as sample or do things that later going to but it is what it is. I mean, I'm sure it's fine and I'm not gonna keep changing where I'm booting from anyway. It's a bit strange that the reset has IO but still has things on the input. And why would I risk the off an output? What's the reason behind that? Let's assume it's an input and it's reason otherwise. It's still flat. I think I recall that other input profiles like these here later on. I just obviously they use some hardware design, so I just crystal logic block is just or basic on previous design. PDR, power download. Okay. So the pin will go the time. The voltage goes, beautiful. Okay, never mind. It's not that. I thought it was like an interrupt or something. But that pin actually enables this functionality. Strange that it's a pin and not like you could do it through computers that you blow resistors. That's fine. I'm not sure if I'm gonna use this, to be honest. Even though I'm battery, gonna be battery, maybe try later. CPU, then I added the focus to power on. So that's the house today. How do you name it? I think like the symbol in KiCAD is like creating. Let's go to that. So there's been pages and pages and forms written to do. What is the difference here? Actually? So VGBA is obviously for the ADC and that. System number. So look at that. So do that study. Right, so this is 10 analog, then this is ABC and yeah, that is very good. So let's see. I will actually maybe to the system. And in the end, then you might actually keep the elements to the back. Super. Do that fast. Okay. Well, so many times I actually did like half of a symbol. And there's no easy way to do it to correct that. What I actually did is I used the mouse macro. Other you know, it's a good software whenever you see the training cursor, like, okay, what's the next question? But nothing, so we did. Yeah, so one time I just ended up creating a macro where it just went down, edit, replace, cut, paste, replace, and next, down. I think it was faster than actually doing it for like 54 pages or something like that. These are the happy things. Can't help to look at the number of people watching, but we haven't hit 0 now yet, so that's nice. Maybe someone just left it muted in the background. one thing I didn't understand. So I did check what time is now. If the stream is gonna be like in the West Coast, East Coast, and with you, but time. I wonder. Oof. Yeah, someone's watching from Australia, then good on it. That's interesting. That is wrong. That is wrong. And these kind of mistakes. Yeah. You do not. Like, that would happen if, like, if I didn't notice somehow, you have a short, I mean, what can you do? If you have 4 layers, if you have, like, traces going under that ball somehow, then it would be really hard on the inner layers. It would be really hard to kind of drill through to kind of the ball. Yeah. Not very fun. And it's, I mean, the 4-layer boards are a bit more expensive. It's not like fortune, but it's also the time that you're wasting. You have to wait another piece. So quadruple check. Yeah, symbol 7%. And maybe doing the creation, so then maybe someone points out a mistake. That would have been someone very dedicated, like, hey, I got confused too, like, AA, but it's not. I'm doing the same. It has so many columns or rows that's close to AA. Because like if you notice that DJs actually don't, they use letters A, B, C, D, but they don't have the full alphabet. There's actually like, I believe O and I are missing because they could be confused with 0 and 1, so they just probably skip them for this exact reason that it's better to do AA than to just confuse 0 and O and do everything else. So there's a bit too, if you ever wondered. Look at us, plugged into the it's plugged into the spaces that's in marking. Everything that this also this technology around this thing is into, but it can also be a detail or dedicated. Like analog and that is it. I feel like it should be analog. Okay, is there gonna be a special unit? It's gonna be a lot of units. This is the largest symbol I've ever made. to change it to bidirectional. It really knows like PGB and all these power and unusual things that take time because you have to change the type and so on. Like, if it's just GPIOs top to bottom, then quite fast actually. I mean, I cannot think of a better Saturday evening. I think I put a symbol for 400, whatever, 48 ball. Maybe. We could double check then make the same mistake again later, like put the DVD and PSA. Yeah. So, come on. What we can do? I wonder if anyone is listening, what do you think of the like the keys being pressed in the corner? Is it useful? I mean, it's not so important right now, but I think later it might actually be of interest for people. Opinions? stage. So many functions that can be so it is this model kind of it's nice of it. Yeah, I'm being told that hearing me is a bit difficult, and I believe you. I will do better next time. This is still a test, and I mean, obviously this is not the most exciting thing, so you're not looking so much. I'm trying to go and buy like a half decent microphone, and hopefully the white noise is lower. All will be well. And then all the thousands of years will come. I feel very nice. That would be focused. I wonder if I can still somehow edit the filters. If I speak like this, it's absolute silence until I say something. That's better because then it's turning it off and on, like silence, 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 white noise, on. So it's could also set the game. It's probably the so there, enjoy silence unless I speak. That is very cutting off. I think the gate I set was actually too high, so it was cutting me off. Oh, the humanity. I think now it's a bit better because let's see. Even if I speak a bit slower. Okay. Yeah, I'm being told that the noise gate was actually cutting me off. But I was, yeah. Well, uh, mhm. I was actually saying that this USB RF, I wonder what that is, but it is not mentioned except for actually. Hmm, okay, there you go. This has to be fine. Yep, that is good. Yes, so that is that page. Page. DVD for USB in. Okay. Now we can see the balls are next to each other, like really nice. Lighting. You do it like that, obviously. Maybe to put the voltage in the name, but also, you would think since it needs a USB that needs a 5 volt. So let's actually, actually put it in the. Yep. And how is it with the voice gate? I guess is it uh, can you hear like the noise a lot when I'm speaking, or is it better? Yeah, something here again. This. It is into that. Yeah, for a while. Okay. Infinite. Next line. But again, this is the first run. You probably rename them later, or you can actually have a shorter name and then have just like a text element next to it. So the net won't be named like this. It's annoying. Right. I did turn the noise gate back, but I lowered the settings. I think my voice should. Yeah. I mean, I don't have that much to say really during this process. Try it. If you have good topics to talk about, let me know. But yeah, we can see here there's a separate ground for USB, like I mentioned an hour ago or something. That's usually how you do it, like that. With a shield, maybe. Why do they put the USB HS password? That USB without the HS prefix for the data thing? That's very, very consistent. I believe all of those are like all of the USB things to high speed. Even I even put that HS there. the possible. Might remove that later as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. USB data plus and minus. Don't want to flip those, although that's USB fixable unless you have spaces on the inner layer. Usually USB goes on the upper bottom layer. Fixable. Quite a few. That's good too. More space for less space. That is a few. One more. DBS. That will be lookable. um, Look, so there is a fast video here. Pay attention. Okay. This is about these USB. Remember it was 2 plus 1 or 1 plus 1. There we go, that's what I meant. The speeds are different. This can be 2 high-speed and 1 low-speed LCD, or 1 high-speed host and 1 high-speed LCD. It's usually you need high-speed LCD. Something to consider again later. Again. I think And I'm back. And oh, two people watching. I thought there was one. Does it sound any better? I've been told it's really bad, and I apologize. You can just mute me. Oh, let me just turn off that. No, it's already gone. Okay. Much better. Huh. Because interesting. I did a thing that I thought was gonna make the sound better, but it seems it actually made it worse. And now when I removed that, it made it better. Interesting. Yep, just repeated. But the sound is better. Okay, let's go for PR. Let's hold the ground. And then, why is this sorted? Is it? Feels random. Obviously, there is some logic. I do not see it. Okay, include that page. Ooh. That's what it is. So far we are 2 hours 30 minutes. Let's check how we're doing. We have done 17 pages. That's actually not so bad. I did this. Left, so we're past half point, even though those pages like not equal. So just 2 hours left. Oh. Yep. Let's start with brown. Okay, that concludes this page in regards to power. No data. Yeah, this goes a lot faster when you don't have to change the type all the time. I said that I noticed missed it. There we go. Sure hope I didn't screw up anything else on the way. I'm sure someone will let me know. Everybody pay. Now to the address. Damn, that's a ground. Hi, Kilobyte. I mean, I don't know if you just joined or not, but we're past the halfway point, so that's nice. There's like 400 of them. Then I have to double check. Then I have to triple check. Then create units and separate them into the units. So yeah, yes. So scared that I'm gonna miss something. This method of skipping. And another page down. Well, there's a way to align them on top. Hmm. Is there anything? It, I think when I press the tilde key, it doesn't show up in the history of the keys. Not that it matters really. Got affected yet again. Lost my place. Zero, and there it is. Oh, JTAG is showing. Yellow. And there's the DSL. So I think we're done with DDR. That's that's enough. Yeah, that's another thing that I'm curious about, that I haven't looked into it yet. Since this chip has the two Cortex A7, I believe, and then the one Cortex M4, how how do you program the M4? Like, how do you flash it? Because like here you can see there's a JTAG with SVDIO, so there is SVD, but is this for the A7 or is this for the M4, or are they daisy chained? I know you can do that with both JTAG and SVD, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure it says somewhere in the datasheet. It just needs a lookup, but I think it's interesting because it's gonna affect a lot how you actually like. What do you work with? Uh, can you flash the M4 from the A7? I mean, you would expect definitely to be able to do that. I would be very surprised if it wasn't available, possible. But is it like, how does it work? Do you connect to SVD from the A7, or are they sharing? Like, is the memory of the M4 available to the A7? So you just copy it there. These are the questions I need to later look into. I think it's quite cool to have that coprocessor then. I need to think what I want to use it for, because it's not the reason why I'm interested in this chip, but definitely interesting to have it as an option. As usual, passive and hidden. Nice. Mm. There's the first data, second, or the other way around, second and first. First and second block. There's some grounds. They're all next to each other because, I mean, so you do it there. Yes, that's another thing. I am gonna have to research PSI displays that are about 2.6, 2.8 inch for for the portable Linux board. I'm hoping to get some nice resolution. Like the one I have right now, the SPI, it's 320 by 240, and yeah, you could definitely use a few more pixels. Like it's the resolution is kind of low, even though the display is not that big. So I don't know what resolution you can actually get for such a small display. Like 640 by 480, that might be pushing it. But yeah, the DSI displays is it's a new world for me. I will have to get myself familiarized what is available. I miss? I don't think exactly like the insert function is not really smart. Like I mentioned before, that it would be nice if you pressed insert while holding shift, that it would actually decrease the numbers. And it would also be nice, for example, like here, if it ended with P or a plus, then if you press insert, it could insert a N or a minus, because what else would it be? It's obviously going to be a pair. So there's definitely more smartness you can put in there. I believe. And I think even it has problems with numbers. If they're prefixed with like zeros, it will kind of remove them, I recall. So someone get on that. The ground. That have to make double sure that it's not VDD, because after 3 hours of doing this, it's easy to, your eyes can fool you, definitely. Yes, VDD symbol. Not symbol, but a pin. So be visible. Go. Other VDD. Back here. For things like this, it would be really useful to just select and then like align to bottom or move to bottom, so they all kind of join together. But it's not there. So that concludes this page. This one seems short, but that's nice. Also, there's no copy, is there now? Which, I mean, why would you copy pins? They're quite unique. But on the other hand, its functionality is already there in the schematic, so it shouldn't be so difficult to do that. But then on the other hand, you don't want too many things in like the menu, because then it gets super long. It's a balance. And again, like these very specific powers that are for DSI, they don't go on the unit that has all the powers. I think at least that's how we usually do it. They hang out at the same unit that the DSI is, the data clock lanes are at. So then you'll have a dedicated page in the schematic for DSI, and then you can see exactly like the power is there, the lanes are here, perfect, very nice. At least that's how I'm gonna do it this time. Where are the GPIOs? Oh, there we are. Back to these. I thought we were done with them, but apparently there's a few more. Again, never can save too often. Right, these are the STM32MP1. I will have to also check, like, since like I said before, there are boot pins, so you probably define kind of in hardware using pull-ups and pull-downs which source the boot process is done from, like probably SD012. But I have to verify that if there's actually that it will try SD, all of them, like all SD cards. So I need to check which one I want to boot from. You don't want it to try to boot from the Wi-Fi chip. And I had a quick glance at this, like the source GitHub from ST for this chip. It looks like it's the standard U-boot and the kernel. No extra fancy bootloaders or something. So it's probably all in the ROM for the chip. But we will see. But for example, for the SAM, again A5D whatever, that one had a bootloader that was before U-boot. It was all called Bootstrap, I believe. It didn't do much, but it set up the DDR, the internal DDR, and just some the PMIC, I believe, also some voltages there, and just went to U-boot. A lot more GPIOs. So many GPIOs. Definitely don't need all of them. Some tracing support, I see DCMI, quad SPI, nice. I didn't even check if it had that. That's one way that I was actually considering having the FPGA connected. The FPGA would be connected as a quad, like it would simulate a quite. Hi Abdullah. Yeah, 3 hours actually. I mean, I kind of looked at the data sheet and so on for the first, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. So yeah, I've been at it for 2 hours now. I'm kind of wondering if actually using the tool that generates symbols from datasheets would have worked for this, but no looking back now. Committed fully to this. Maybe for the PMIC I could try that, but but I kind of find this, like I also mentioned before, this is very very zen, just doing this, and it's exercise in mindfulness, just kind of clicking and adding stuff, and you get to organize things, which I like, so it's very calming and you can just chill, no problem. Hmm. It's so mindful that I get lost when I start speaking a bit. But once I get back in the groove, it's all good. And yes, after this, not today, I think, like this will take like probably 1 more hour or something. So I don't think I'm gonna do the PMIC in this stream, but I am definitely creating a symbol for the PMIC in another stream. So I am not done with that. Although that one I believe was quite a lot smaller. But if I put the the logic layout inside, that might also require some time to get right. It's gonna be nice and be an artistic experience, drawing some paths and stuff like that inside the symbol. Oh yeah, that's very wrong. Oh no, that was right. It was just offset. Yeah, and if I don't think the ERC would pick that up because they are all passive, so they can short. Only if actually in the end when I put the one that's not passive on top, then it would start complaining. I did fine. Yeah, it's better to just pay attention, make sure you don't sort things out. Yeah, so this is where we are after 3 hours, 9 minutes. I don't remember what was that, like 6 pages ago I said there's like 11 pages, so maybe there's like 4 more pages left. I believe I was done with this one, A8, correct? More GPIOs, those are actually quite nice because they're short, so it's pretty easy to just do those. Yeah, the film, I mentioned that before that I am not gonna put all the pin alternatives uh, on the symbol because, as you say, that would take forever and the symbol would be huge and it's a mess. I will first do this, then later I will go through the alternatives once I decide actually what I need because that's still a bit in the air. Once I decide that, I will go back and rename some things to actually know where they are. But I think most things are actually correct. Like the oscillator pins are named oscillator, so that's fine. The SVD pins are dedicated, they are not GPIOs, so that's mostly fine. I just have to spend more time with the datasheet and see if there's any issues that I need to look out for when picking peripherals. Oh my gosh, that that reminded me of the one time that I wanted to try out the Atmel chip, the E70, SAM E70, because it was attractive because it had a high-speed USB and it had a, I believe, QFP, QFN, and a BGA package, the same chip. So I went for QFP, or was it QFN? It doesn't really matter, it's the same. So not BGA. And yeah, I made the board, I got the parts, I soldered, and then I tried to get the USB to work. And I spent one evening, second evening, it didn't work. I verified that the pins are correct and that the clocks are clocking, and that's it, and so on. And then finally I thought maybe I should check the errata. And the errata said, and that's beautiful, like in QFP and QFN, the USB doesn't work. And that was it. And that taught me always check the errata, because it might bite you in the ass. So yeah, I need to do that also to make sure that, I don't know, SPI2 can't go faster than 1 megahertz, stuff like that. It will, yeah. That was just, I think, let me just, T70 errata. And it's very bluntly put there, just no USB on this package. Hooray. I mean, just look how long this errata is. Oh, there it is. So I did actually QFP, and nope, no USB in QFP. Thank you, goodbye. And yep, check your errata. That's just the best. Lost my place here. CD12. Did I change? No. CD6. I don't know what happened here. I believe this is correct. And now as I've been talking, I forgot, did I do power from this page? I don't think so. I can actually check this fairly easy here, like V19. V19 is not here. Yeah, so there's a tip for later. This dialog is super useful. Like this pin number right now is a total mess, and because I'm missing still pins, but later, if I have all the pins with no like holes in between and numbers from like W1 to W32 or whatever, it will just say here W1 to W32. So if there is a hole, you will immediately know about it. So it's really useful to know if you missed some pins, and it's really easy to miss those pins because there's 400 of them. And this is also like super messy right now. I mean, this window that's a long window. But yeah, you can see here Y20 is missing. So either I missed it or it hasn't come up yet, or unfortunately this footprint has some holes in it. So I will have to, okay, 88. I will have to double check that it's actually me missing pins. That's not it. And not like it's actually the footprint and not me. So like Y20, which is here, I'm missing that. Okay, so I hope it comes later and I didn't miss it. But yeah, like G7, J7, those will be missing. And let's have a second look at this. I did before in regards to like how easy it will be to actually route this. All the USB is here, which is really nice because like USB you want to have, like I mentioned, on the top layer on the bottom layer. So it's good that's on the like close to the edge here, so you can just route it out, I hope. DDR, yeah, with so many you just cannot escape having it inside. but it's still pretty good that they are grouped, and it's only grounds in between, and grounds are just via to the inner layer, and you're done with it. The oscillators are here. The resets, the two resets. I still have to check what does that. Actually, let's check now. Why are there two resets? There we go. Or that it? Is that not explained more clearly? I guess I looked through the datasheet now. Okay, so I guess I'll have to check out later, because maybe like it's like with a subscript, so this wouldn't find it. Yeah, whatever. One thing, and what I wanted to see the boot. There we go. So this is quite interesting. What can it actually boot from? So the bootloader, we can see here, there's a bootloader, there's a USB bootloader. That's quite interesting, actually. I wonder, does it actually have like a flash and logic, so you could flash the SD card over the USB? That would be quite useful. You need to read more. Never-ending read cycle. Right, so there's two. Okay, so there's both keywords and then high speed on. Okay, is it? Okay, or default pins can be altered. Okay, so the one-time programming, the fuses, you can actually define which pins to use. Interesting. So it would be easiest to use the default pins for the SD. Otherwise, you have to burn the fuses to let it know to have that the bootloader has to use alternative pins. So that's something to keep in mind. And okay, so this clears up also that there are different, like separate settings for SD2 and 1. So it's not like you just set one and it will try all the SD interfaces. It is separate. That's good to know. FMC, that tells me there's a flexible memory controller that might be interesting as well. And then NAND and NOR have separate settings. This is very, like, I'm surprised they couldn't just have like the SAM that just tries everything. Like you have to tell it, it's not very smart with the detection. You have to tell it exactly what you want to boot from. That's funny. Okay, and now I forgot which page I was on, but yeah, there's a way from PG6. There we are. This is so confusing because here right click as this, but here right click actually drags, so it's easy to get confused. And I assume I was done with this page because I have this. Yes, right. This sent me all this on this huge rant about SD and okay. We keep going. DD3. think it's quite interesting. I never timed myself how long these things take, but now since I have this stream, there's a timer in the corner of my screen, and damn, 3 hours. That's a lot of time to do this, but I don't think it's the time wasted. It's a bit sad that probably, maybe not exactly at this time, someone is doing the exact same thing because maybe they're working on the same chip. So it would be nice if there was some way to kind of synchronize. I mean, I guess there's the global KiCAD symbol repo, but I don't know if they have dibs, like you call dibs. I will do it. Probably you could. But people, not sure they would wait for you. Maybe they wouldn't. But it is quite a lot of work. Not sure if everybody has the patience like this. Yes, that's the power stuff. I think this works better than having actually switching the type all the time. It just feels like it's easier for me to miss something because I'm going back and forth, but hopefully if I do, I will catch it later. There will be a lot of revisions to this symbol. It looks pretty short. I wonder, suddenly we had a few more people watching, joining. Someone retweet or something, I don't know what happened. I did not get any notification. Did someone tweet, look at this very patient person or slash idiot doing this 400 footprints? Hmm. Look, there's our Y20, I believe that was the one I was saying we were missing. And we found it. I really wish this was like a table that you could sort, because then I could just do the GPIOs by like sorted, and I could use the insert function more. Maybe I should have copied this to Excel or something. Definitely too late now. But we are in the end game now. And now I have pins that are consecutive and I didn't do it, so yeah. Not even following my own like method, whatever feels right at the time. That's not right at all. Wait, there's more. Okay, 6. 456. What? That's good. Something didn't look right, but it is right. What am I clicking? That is. There we go. Oh, I'm waiting for the last page, but it's not coming. Because I remember that last page being shorter than all the other pages. Mm-hmm. I see what's happening. Like I'm pressing tab too early. The window doesn't have enough time to focus. Yeah, the BSDL. I wonder if they do provide it. STM32MP1 BSDL. Well, now I'm gonna just look stupid, but let's have a look at it. Yeah, I mean, I know KiCAD has pretty good Python scripting, so I'm sure you can automate at least adding the pins later. I mean, the way I'm adding it, I will have to organize stuff by hand anyway. So yeah, look at that. Okay, but it does not, or does it have later? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's an option for the future. Oh, this is actually nice because I can compare my footprint later. Again, in this dialog here, if I, oh my god, I group it by name. Okay, I know why it's so big, because like ground is now page list. Exactly. So this is still really useful. That you just compare here, like perfect. And then does it say how many there are? No. But that doesn't matter. This is still useful. Thanks, Chris. Next time. I don't know why I didn't think of it, because I knew that these files exist. I just didn't somehow add 2 and 2, come to the conclusion to generate. Yep. And I bet there is some script already. Someone probably took a stab at it to have a script for KiCAD. People are like that. They will be. So did I do power pins for this page? I don't believe so. I wonder if the PMIC has the BSDL file, then I could try that. An extreme. Great. Let's get distributed. Great, this is the last page. Oh, thank goodness. I wonder how people do it, like professionals, like that use Altium. Does Altium have like BSDL or something import? Or no, I guess they get those symbols from just ST, because ST makes their own, obviously, for their dev discovery boards and so on. I would assume that's how it works there. And the last one. Okay. Where's A1? Or no, wait. Was A1 missing? Nope, missing A1. Okay. A lot to search. Ooh, I see one somewhere. And just add it, but it would be nice to see if it was a whole page. Search for A1. If you see it, let me know. There's only like 20-second delay. No idea. Isn't this fun? To be honest, even if I find it, I'm not gonna know if I missed that whole page what else comes from that page, because there it is. Because I like put everything together, but that there is a way to see in the, again with the schematic in the pin list. So let's see, M9. Did I miss that one as well? No, it's there. But A1 just okay. So this is almost it. And Windows doesn't have a shortcut to just use the top half of the window. Okay, so where are the holes? G7 is correct. G9, that is 11, 13, 15. What about F22? Why is that not missing? Right. It's at the end, it's not gonna say. Because it just assumes that's it, there's no more. So that's quite alright. So maybe let's do it differently then. There should be 22 from A to E. You do. You do. Correct. This should be 21. Then it's this, which we already checked. Then H should miss 8, 12, 14, and 16. And then J should miss 7, 15. Correct. K again 8, 16. L, yes, oh, L16. It is missing. Yep, I missed L16. So that's good. That's good to check. PDD. Perfect. So yeah, that's always check your double check, triple check, quadruple check your footprints, your symbols, or it will bite you. 3. I missed 4. I remember adding V, but what happened there? Apparently it's not there. Can I put it? It was M4. ha ha, there it is. I did put it backwards. Delete. Ah, that will happen. But I don't know how KiCAD would know to let you know that. I mean, you can name your pins whatever, so it can't really be smart about it. So that's M4. 8 should be missing. M16, correct. But M17, another miss. That's amazing. I guess with 400 of them, not so surprising. With M17. And 2 is missing. PC13. I guess it is. In case I named it incorrectly. Backwards. P meant to. Yes. So now 7, but also N. Oh. Wow. How many did I miss? I'm really surprised. But this is good. This is definitely good. And then 15 and 16. 16 should be there. So 12 BDD core. So if I'm looking at the proper footprint, yep, it's alright. And then 16. P7, P8 is out, P15 is out. No, P16 is out. R5, I missed R6 and R7. 7, R6 I missed. VSA, round it. Ooh. R6. There we go. R7, R9 should be there. It seems. Nope, that's alright. 9, 11, 13, 15, and then T8, that's correct. And 12, 14, 16. U12 is missing for reasons. It's a ground. It's a VDD. U12. V17, V18 and V19 is missing. Again, that's correct. Right, then Y10 should be there. Another ground. To Y, right, and then AA is at the beginning. AA and AB are actually missing, like, from this. I don't think it looks like it's not that smart about those. Okay. AB should be up to, or AB should be up to 22. Correct. AA, same. Y, 22. W, 22. V, 22. U, 21. P, 21. Feels like I'm playing bingo or something. Yeah. N, 22. 22. L, 22. Correct. Actually doesn't say somewhere how many there. So it should be, I guess, 448 or okay. So 22 times 22 is 484. So the 448 is the actual number of actual balls here. That's really good. I will know if I missed something. Oh, if only I would get this to render like properly. Yeah, that's not. This actually not so useful with just the like. Come on, give me. Allow me to click it and take me there, because it is not so useful. Like 0.75. Where is that? Nine. Oh, I see the problem. I think this might actually explain the missing pins. Some of them, like I didn't put the right name. Is there really no search mode? Ah, never have to search. I see it twice. No, it's actually the same thing. What did I do? 6 and 7 out. Okay. How does that affect this dialog? Much, not much. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Can't see anything now because there's so many. Have a quick look. There's something duplicated here. That, I don't know if that's a good way to do it because I will definitely miss it. So, I'm really surprised there's no info how many pins there are. Hmm. Really? It actually redraws that bar at the bottom there because really. Right. Yeah, that's not useful. Anyway, time to sort. Oh my. So yeah, the assumption now is that I have all the pins. It might be a wrong assumption. I don't seem to have multiples. Yeah, duplicates, but I might be missing some more, even though I checked. I'm trusted enough. Again, check that later. Now, this has to be done. But that's good because those balls are easy to route. Oh no. Yeah, V, so there is a VDD in there. Wow, that is a lot. Not all of them. Not, I will find. Ooh, the DSI. These for stuff together. Load. Enough of them to kind of for them to have a separate unit. I don't think this is USB related with the power. That's USB, USB, DDR. CSI, CSI, not. So yeah, for now we have the there's going to be one unit per GPIO bank, then one unit for the DDR, unit for USB, one unit for DSI, one for these kind of miscellaneous, one more for power. Later, we'll see how that goes. But if I use some SDIO, I will maybe break that out as separate unit. Will also take some. Good way that I know of to do this. Is they usually kind of sorted? And as I say that, they are not any. don't know if it's better to kind of go to them and fish out they want. Go with the flow. There's really no good way, I think. To be done. Okay, this possibly concludes C. I mentioned that a lot of GPIOs did. Most of them go only 0 to 15, they go to 32. Not that it matters really. there. And by there I mean sorting units, which that should go fairly fast, I think. Like most GPIOs are complete. And this is the biggest package in the family, so it should have most of them. I know in smaller packages, they usually remove GPIOs, kind of depending where they are in the silicon, so it doesn't always, they're not consecutive there. Here it looks like them, and even if something is missing, like here in this C bank, at least they are consecutive. But again, it does. Okay. Isn't that nice? Right. H1 and 0 and 1 are used for the oscillators that they are missing. Good. See, I think 14 and 15, the same, are for the 32 kilohertz, the RTC1 oscillators. We are good on this front. This good. So now we save. 30 units. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 units. Wow. Yep. That's 17, not interchangeable. Now you can see I have 17 units that they all have all the pins, and I have yet to find a better way to do it. And what I do now is I delete everything except A. On B, I delete B. Probably safe in between. What is that? So good so far? Last or indeed, and that is that can create the background for them and so on. I guess I have to. One slightly annoying thing with KiCAD again and units and symbols is that even though the pins, as you can see, are separate, they can be wherever. The actual name and the value, as you call it, is the same. So if I move this, it moves everywhere. So you can't really have it nicely aligned with each unit because it will be in the air. But you do that later when you actually create them in the schematic. You move them to their positions. So now we are so close. Yeah, do this. We put this we do at the end. Let's see which one will be. I guess the DDR will be the largest. You know what I will be. Second. And we're back. I actually remembered I wanted to check how the SDD works, SWD, whatever, the single wire debug. Let's check that. I mean, it's gonna be a nice change from the footprint symbol creation. Oh, my bad. Wrong hotkey. Really. But that's it. There's not right. Yeah. Is that not mentioned here and only in the actual manual? Nice. Bargain for. Yeah, this is not very informative, so I guess. Oh, this. Well, this graphic, which is super slow while I'm streaming. It's not that informative. Wow. Uh, exactly. There's that here. Goes into the bus. It's connected to the A7 cores, but there's also some bus here. So this is more confusing. This confuses more than it actually explains, I would say. Just have to dig data sheets. But to answer my previous question, does this have some kind of flex thingy? Feel like no, like the I2C, although the SMS, no, that's the I2C are not like shared with SPI, so you can have, it's not interchangeable. Although the I2S is here with SPI, so that's understandable. But the SPI like 4 or 5 is this totally different from I2C5, so it would be good. We are down to one person watching. Is it David? Anywho, there we go. And we change it to the background color. So it gets a nice yellow background. Then make sure it's perfectly aligned. It's good enough, I think, for unit A. Same for unit B. Very nice. So what maybe you didn't notice what I did is, when I place my cursor here, I pressed space, which reset this like local, with space you can reset this local coordinate system. So thanks to that, I knew where in the unit A where this pin was, and then I just put the same pin in B on exact same position, and then that's how I knew they were aligned. I don't have to zoom out for each unit. So that was very easy, and I made the selection so it was actually exactly ended here. I could place it super easily, but this one is missing 2 pins. Aligned. Right. I really wish there was a setting where like all the created rectangles here, they actually the default background. I'm not sure if that's an option. Let's have a look. No, not here. Nope. Too bad. There's a setting here. Nope. You can see while I'm here. I can link to the data. Yeah, these are easy. Then it's gonna get a bit more again complicated with like DDR and such. But and these are super regular, so easy to just know where to put them and the size and all that. Gonna get a bit more creative with the freeform one. And surely this the way I do it now, at least, like with all the others, won't be the final one of them. So we are 0 watching people. Try to keep speaking because maybe someone watches the recording. Not sure why, but let's stay optimistic. And I mean, you can't expect people to stay for almost 5 hours continuously. Later, it hopefully gets more interesting with actually doing the schematic. About okay, there we go. So let's this unit. That's one thing. Yeah, these you do right here. And these two be together, then the reset analog here doesn't really fit at all. But that looks alright. Frame. Ooh la la, I forgot forgot I have to sort these also. Hmm. Feels like this is better. And where's A2? Did I miss that? No, it's, I'm seeing double now. Something. For the clock. If it looks like basing this on something, I actually am. I have a schematic on the other screen for the SAM, so I'm hoping I can. If I do it a similar way, it's gonna be also easier to connect. Let's see. Oops. Oh yeah, it's always possible to just sit around. No. Okay. I think this is the largest unit in this one, so we'll probably put the name and the value on this one. What I'm doing now is I'm measuring how long this is, so I know exactly where in the middle is. Correct. Because for some reason I want it to be perfectly centered. I know there's no real reason to do it. There it is. And then the value, as they call it, which is also like the name, that's the identifier. That depends on how you call it, depends on the software you use. Oh, this one, let's see that. Early set. So these two later that will exactly happen. They look fairly simple. So interestingly, the datasheet mentions you could have 2 hosts and an OTG, but what did I miss? I missed something here. Because I mean, if you can have 3, then you're just missing 2 data pins here. But maybe I put another unit. I didn't see it. Maybe it's in the next one. Let's see later. That looks good. DSI. Okay, so we have a 3, at least 4 voltages so far, because we need the 5 volt. I would assume at least for some USB logic, or just, I mean, to power the board from USB if needed. And then we have 3.3, as we saw in the other unit, and then here there's 2 more voltages. Assuming that's not like out, that just needs the bypass or decoupling. Check later. There's a lot of things to check later. Interesting. So can also be a passive. That's right. There's not a line there. Yeah. The way to go. Last one. There is no USB. Yes, I guess. Okay. Yeah, there's another one that I'm not sure quite how to lay it out, but it will come naturally later when when I actually have to connect schematic. Put all the grounds next to each other. Quite a few of them. In the end, they might just all be connected together. Then I probably want to VDD on the top and VDD core. And then PLL. So this follows like this order here for symmetry's sake. These are on the other side. Like that. And this is the last unit. I can't believe that I actually managed to do it. It took 5 hours. That is, wow. That is something else. Yep. Take it for a spin. So I will just add them, add all the units here. I will later create subsheets anyway, but just to see how it looks. One. And I thought didn't insert next unit. I thought there was a set. Hmm. Hmm. That is interesting. And it takes forever. There's so many things in that library. Hey, I'm having I do recall it being like a lot easier to actually. I do something wrong. Hmm. Let's just add all of them to see how can I align them at all. Oh, they all ended up being the same size. That was not on purpose, but it looks nice. Wow, that's just coincidence or subconscious. System. So yeah, so all this, that's just the one chip, the CPU, and it took, yeah, we just clocked in 5th hour. It took 5 hours to create this. So worth it. Now I need to create the PMIC symbol, and then probably your other symbols will be already KiCAD, hopefully. Need to create a footprint, a custom footprint, because it has some balls missing, so that's gonna be special for this one. But I think it's a good start. I think it's also interesting to actually do the stream, because it has a time. Like, I never timed how much I spent on a schematic, and now I see that's a lot more than I expected. I thought this would take like 2-3 hours, not 5. But also it might be that I'm slower because I'm talking. Doesn't matter. I think I'm gonna actually be done, like, end the stream for now. Thanks for everybody that joined. We have still one person watching. I don't know if someone is watching this later. That's cool. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. Probably skipped through. I wouldn't expect you to watch all of it. But yeah, I think I will continue with the stream, get a better mic, and just document the process of creating this board, because it seems fun. Someone is actually listening. So yeah, thanks for watching, and have to figure out how to stop this. Yep, thanks.